good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Most of you guys know that already, but just in case some of you are new. Hey, Mr. Wizix. Hey, Modlight. How's it going? Hardcore. I was trying to figure out what that emoji was. Hey, Creatix Brit. How's it going? Welcome on in again. Welcome on in. So I've been trying to do some catch up, and you will see that right back here, Box Turtle is up there. It is printing, right? It is printing. Let me take this off. It has been printing parts for yet another Box Turtle. And it is currently doing the dual color frame part here. So we've got metallic green and metallic blue is going to be the color scheme on this one. So we've got metallic green and metallic blue going on here. But yeah, so there's that color scheme going. Starting to do a retraction right now, or a filament change. So the parts that it's printing out right now are the rear skirts. And so it's starting to do the filament change to do these like 4 solid pieces around the hub. So yeah, we're getting another one going. Not sure if I'll have it built in time or before 3D Printopia, but I don't know. I've got all the extruders already built. I've got the, where'd it go? 3, 4. Got the 4 end stop trigger wires built. So that's that. I'm trying to print out. I've got to redo a plate of parts in order to finish doing the the tool heads, or not the tool heads, but the respooler heads. But I'm going to try and push through those. I don't need to get that one done before the show, but if I can, hey, why not? And the other one that we have been talking about, and by the way, hey, my light, welcome on in. Shrimp Father, welcome on in. The other one is sitting right here, and as you can see, it's almost fully back assembled. I had taken it all apart and was going to be reprinting the lanes and everything, and then I figured something out. The issues that I was having with my wheels, or my respooler here, when I removed these, I plugged it into my my benchtop power supply and was like, are these even working, or do they have bad solder joints or what have you? And they were working. What I was noticing, the gap between the sides of the wheels and the lanes, they were touching. There was too much friction from the wheels touching the lane frame. So I didn't need to reprint all the lanes and then reprint everything. All I needed to do was use the newer wheels, because the newer wheels are about 1 millimeter thinner than the other ones. So by just putting the newer wheels on here, that worked out. So that was cool. But yeah, Luke, you know, thinking can be dangerous. I know. But that seems to have worked. And I have tested these just running power directly to them in the lanes, and they were all working. So that part's good. Now it's back to being wired up like the blue one that's back there. To include, I fixed the soldering on the end stops. Right? And of course, while it was out, I used these to make the end stop wires for both the triggers and the extruders. I will install the extruder wires as I do the extruders, and we'll crimp and do those on stream possibly, as well as build these things. Now I've got the BTT MMB and I've got a MOSFET. The next one I do, right, if I'm going to go with the MMB and the MOSFET, the MMB that I have gotten in recently are 1.1. So there's going to be a slight deviation in the pins, but that's the only piece. And that's in the hardware configuration file. Everything else is going to be the same, right? So that's pretty good. I still need to add the PTFE tubes back in here. We can go ahead and get those going real fast. And then this one's pretty much ready. As soon as this print gets done, we can go ahead and get this one up on the printer behind us on the Trident, and we can get it printing, and we can probably get that one serial today or tomorrow. One of the other things that I'm looking at doing is, let me switch a screen real fast. ArmoredTurtle has also come up with a file called a Filatector. Okay, very simple. 2 printed parts, the main body and the little clip that you screw through to hold the end stop down. That's it. 2 E-cast fittings, 5mm ball, and an end stop without the lever. Very simple, very straightforward. And the nice thing is you can put this right at the top of any printer and basically just have it dangling within the reverse Bowden tube. Or you can put it like anywhere in line between like the box turtle and the extruder, and just know the gap between this filament sensor and the extruder, so that you can put that information in the AFC files, and it will know, okay, once I trigger it, I still need to go X amount of distance. But the nice thing about this is this can, I don't know, you can use it to put it on a Rook, something I might be doing. You know, you can put it on a V0 or just about anything. I can put it on a Bugaboo or anything that doesn't have that filament sensor like we did on the Filamatrix. So I downloaded the files. I'm going to set up and print this, and then we're going to build it, because we're going to put it on the KB3D Rook 2020 Mark II that we built. And, well, it's going to need it so that it can print on KB3D's table using one of the box turtles. Now, my goal is not to have a cutter on that one, because I don't think my parts for the E-Rec are going to come in time. So we're still going to have to figure something out for a cutter, but or just do tip forming, which is a possibility. Okay, something else to note. You really need to make sure that these are in here well, and that they're fully engaged. I say that because, well, I was sitting there trying to figure out what happened and why the print had stopped. And I told it, hey, go ahead, and I figured it was a fail to load. So I was like, hey, you know, unload the tool head. And it started going and going and going. And I'm like, what is going on? One of these popped out at the extruder because I haven't been putting the clips in. And I had a spool around on the inside and then down around the back and behind the printers. So I probably had like 2 meters of filament wrapped around there. So might be worthwhile. All of our things came with the clips. It might actually be worthwhile to put the clips on. Yeah, it's going to make feeding things a little bit harder, but at least as they're coming out of the extruder and going into the hub, I would probably say those would be a good 2 places to put them if they'll go in. That one didn't want to go in. Where, oh where? But yeah, that's something to be cognizant and aware of. And of course, I think these go on a standard one and not on an ECAS fitting. This isn't going on there too easily. And Modlight, I believe Mrs. Dragon took your thing down to the post office today. So you should have it coming in the mail. She didn't give me the receipt, so if she got a receipt, I will get you the information. If not, just check out like informed delivery or whatever. But it is on its way. What's going on? There we go. Okay, so PTFE hoses are back in there. Everything is rewired. I did make sure that I redid the power cable going between the MMB and the MOSFETi so that I could route it around the back versus underneath the extruders because it wasn't long enough to go around the back. You think you're going to get an Ender 3? Okay. I mean, there is nothing wrong with Ender 3s. I know everybody likes to bag on them. They're good printers. I mean, it's just like anything else. Once you tune it in, it'll print, right? Bear with me 1 second, folks. I may have to keep bouncing on and off stream or screen today. My allergies have been going full tilt. And so my nose has been going crazy to the point where I took Benadryl, I took some aspirin for the sinus headache, and I also like did some nasal spray stuff. It's just been crazy. Thought process. What am I doing? Okay, yeah. So the Filatector here is something that we're going to set up to print. Hey, RFS 3D, sunshine, squirrels, and hurricanes. Awesome. Are you down in Florida? Hey, thanks for the follow, Crichton. Welcome on in. They're selling the used Amazon returns. Hell, I'll take them for 50 bucks. Well, that's true. Miss Dragon got home Saturday. I picked her up at the airport. We stopped and had Tijuana Flats on the way home. Got home, and Mrs. Dragon's like, oh, I want to go look at this. I'm like, okay. And we walked outside, and 2 hours of pulling weeds. And then we did the same thing on Sunday. We went out and pulled some weeds on Sunday. And so 2 days of pulling weeds and having my face like right down in them. I've been wanting to like scratch my eyeballs out the last 2 days. This is an open source AMS. So let me switch our screen around. So this is a box turtle. It is, for all intents and purposes, a open source AMS. It'll work with any Klipper-based system. We've got our respoolers. These are running an N20 motor in the head, running a 10-tooth gear on the N20 that then drives a 24-tooth gear around an 8mm by 80mm shaft that'll drive these two wheels. There is a trigger sensor right down here, which is just an end stop. And as this lever moves, I don't know if you can see that. As that lever moves there, which is you inserting the filament, it trips this sensor, which starts the extruder motor going. You have to manually push the filament in until the extruder motor or gears grab it, and then it pulls it through till it trips another end stop right back here. Once that trips, it says this lane is loaded. And then we go through the hub. So what it winds up doing is syncing this extruder with the extruder on your tool head. And we've got a Filamatrix tool head with a sensor before and after the extruder gears and the cutter set up on the Trident right over here in the corner, and my Trident 350, which sits downstairs. So this is basically an open source AMS. They call it the Automated Filament Changer. It does connect up via CANBUS, and what I've done is put on a microfit 3 connector, and on the side skirts of my printers, I have the female version of this connector so that I can plug it in and take it out. So if I need to, I don't know, say pack these printers for a trip, I can just unplug this cable, pack the printer, stick this on top of it, beside it in a box or whatever, and then go. And yes, you do. So you have the Bamboo P1S, Ender 3 S1 Pro, and Elegoo Mars 5 Ultra. Very nice, Crichton. So I have two Bamboo X1s with AMSs, and they're great. They work like a charm, right? And then I'm also, do a lot of 3D printing builds and mods. So we've got Iron Dragon, which is a Trident 300. Bay Dragon, which is a 2.4 300. Down here underneath the Trident is Kyber Dragon, which is an LDO Rev C 2.4 300. We've got the VZBot 235. We've got the 0G Mercury 1. This was built under the closed beta, which it's still closed beta. This is over a year old. And this is the full frame build of a 0G Mercury 1. We've got an NX Engineering K3 with a side pack, Prusa Mark IV with an MMU3, the Bamboos, and then we've got an Ender XY that needs some love, and the Tivo Tarantula that got me started that needs some love. Over here, we have a black box 5-head tool changer. This is a DIY, think Prusa XL, but more DIY. This is running RepRap firmware. And we have a Rat Rig 4 sitting over here that currently has a bunch of stuff in it, but it does print. I swear to you it does, and it prints very well. Modlight will see some of the parts coming off of it because 2 of the 3 sets of parts I'm sending you came off the Rat Rig. They're CGI. And then downstairs, I've got Rook 2020 Mark I, a Rook 2020 Mark II, a V01 that we just recently upgraded to a V02, an Ender 5 Plus turned 0G Mercury 1, the Trident 350, Prusa Mini, an Ender belt, and 2 Ender wires. So I have a few printers. And then Evil Diesel has 3 Prusa Mark III S's that were self-sourced and now are sitting on bear frames, a Flying Bear Reborn 2, my OG Ender 3 that's heavily modified, and my Mars 2 Pro. He's got my Mars 2 Pro because he needed more printers to get a big order done. Like I'm playing a classic Squaresoft JRPG with all the dragon names. Yeah, well, I'm Digital Dragon. I love dragons. I love dragons. So I tell you what, this rat rig prints beautifully. So let me switch to the bench side. This rat rig prints beautifully. It's a massive printer, right? 3030 extrusions. This is the hybrid motor mod, so there's 4 motors in the back. So it's a standard Core XY with an additional Y motor on each side. They just announced the IDEX mod finally, and we're in an ad break. Hey, MG Longshot, welcome on in. Yeah, that lightweight PLA kind of foams a bit. Almost done with the ad break, about 20 seconds more, so. Hey, Timor, how's it going? Welcome on in. So we're kind of doing we're going to be bouncing around a bit. My intent was to finish this one up. The box turtle is on the bench, but it is now fully reassembled other than putting the idlers back in. Let me see. Of note, I was doing the same thing we did for the white one. I was reprinting all of the lanes because none of my motors were working. And what I noticed was the wheels were directly up against the sides of the lanes. So if I took the respoolers out, applied power, they would run. As soon as I mounted them in the lane, they wouldn't run because there was too much friction because the wheel, the outer wheel pieces were right up against the lanes, and they were compressed up against the lanes, and I couldn't get them any tighter. I happened to swap out the wheels and realized that the new wheels are about 1 millimeter thinner than the old ones. And so I was like, oh wow, there you go. I don't need to reprint all of this. I just needed to take the old wheels off, put the new wheels on. And boom, it was done. Right? So that saved me some time, and I didn't have to like reprint the lanes, which meant as I reprint lanes, or as I print the lanes under the new version, it's going to be for the 3rd rat rig that I'm going to build. Are we in an, like, what are we doing with ad breaks here, Twitch? Good God. So yeah, MG Longshot, that's all I needed to do there. I did go ahead and redo the end stops on this one as well, because remember, I did it as normally open, which used the common and the center pin versus the common and the normally closed pin. So I did resolder those trigger end stops. So the only thing I need to do now to change, like to put this one on Iron Dragon and take the blue and white one off and take it downstairs, is just change the commented line out for the right CANBUS UUID. And I'll be good to go. And while that one was apart, I assembled my extruders and did my wires. For the end stops, I'll do the motor wires when I go to install it in the box turtle, and then I also did my trigger end stops and have those ready to go. So really, all I need to do, what is going on here? All I need to do is start building my heads once I get the rest of the parts printed out. I did have some failures on a full plate. So I do have another plate of, like, here, go print these. So I can get that done. And my plan for tonight is once the print's done over here, which it's doing a nice job. It's doing the rear skirts for the metallic blue, metallic green. So once these are done, I'm going to do the change, and I'm going to take this box turtle out, put this box turtle on it, and we can go. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? You had a power nap? You know, I had a couple of those, but mine was induced with Benadryl. Yeah. Miss Dragon came back on Saturday. By Saturday night, we went outside to check the garden. And let me tell you, I need to post a picture of all the stuff that we harvested out of the garden. I've got carrots that are like that long. It's crazy. So I got some massive carrots and some carrots, bell peppers, some beets, some like the little sport peppers. Not jalapenos, but they're little like sport peppers. And a few other things. But yeah, then that turned into, well, we're outside, let's start pulling the weeds that I let grow while she was gone. So we did that Saturday. We did another session on Sunday. So my allergies are on full bore tilt. Hey, Nomi, welcome on in. So as you can see in the background, and let me flip back to the main view real fast. We do have the printer going over here. And I'm going to tell you this. I did check and resolder some of the light wires in it. You remember from the last stream, only one light was working. I just happened to look over here and I've now got 3 lights working. I have no idea why the lights are working. None. It just chose to start working again. So, but on this one, I did get this one put back together. I just need to put the rear idlers in. All the wiring is the same and it matches the blue and white one. So to swap them out, all I need to do is change, comment one line, uncomment one line and comment one line out to change the UUID for the MMB CANBUS boards and plug this one in. I also did the quick disconnect lighting on here with some microfit 3s. So that's good. But like I said, the new color scheme for the going to be the third one is Polymaker metallic green and metallic blue ABS. So I'm printing some skirts right now. I also need to just do that other plate so I can start building everything else while those continue to run. I did get another set of the N20 motors in. These came from Essex. So these are the motors that we're using in the respoolers at the top front of the unit before you stick your filament in. So these are the tiny little motors. They're 6 volt, 500 RPM motors. So, and then real fast, I need to slice up the parts for the Filatector. And MG Longshot, was it you or Milo that was running their box turtle on a V0? I think it was Milo. Hey, Thunder Keys, welcome in. How's it going? You're getting back in 3D printer game. Rock on. Make sure the shafts are full default. Yeah, these do have the. Yeah, you want the D shafts. These are all D shaft because they came from Essex and you did QC on them. This other set is a D shaft as well. So once again, Let me see if I can find the parts that, whoops, don't get, where the hell did that one go? Nothing like losing a part that you're going to need later. There we go. On the motors, here's the D shaft. Or, I mean the 24 tooth ones done. Well, where the heck? I wonder. Well, darn. I was going to show you, but you've got a 24 tooth pulley that you print, and then there's a 10 tooth. The 10 tooth pulley actually gets pressed onto the D shaft, and it's got the D shaft cutout on it. So if your motors don't have the D shaft, you're going to have a bad day, and you're going to be sitting there filing a D shaft or ordering new motors. Also, be very careful. When you're getting your motors, you need the 6-volt, 500 RPM. All of them, they'll be like 3, 6, 9, 12. Even at a 12 volt, it'll still work. But you want the 6-volt, 500 RPM. I ordered 6-volt, 500 RPM, selecting those on an an Amazon listing, because they'll have multiple listings under the same, or multiple options under the same listing. When they came in, thank God I really scrutinized and looked at the package. They sent me 6-volt, 30 RPM motors. And literally, when you hold them up, I mean, these look all the same. The difference is the gearbox. And if you get less than the 500 RPM, you're not moving a spool of filament. So yeah, and this one's ready. All I need to do is put it on there, load up 4 filaments, and run the print, and we'll have another one ready to be serialed tonight. So I'm just waiting for that print to finish and let things cool down, and I'll shut it down and swap it out, because eventually this one here is going to go back downstairs onto the Trident 350, and the red and orange one will sit over here on this one. They're both going to go on go to the show, and I need to stop talking real fast. And what I'm going to do is print out a Filatector. I don't want to put this on the Rook 2020 Mark I because it's using a Orbiter 2 filament sensor, and I really don't want to mess with those macros. Right? I don't want to break that, right? But the KB3D Rook 2020 Mark II has some, we'll call it, what do we call that? War crime against society type of like AliExpress triple generic extruder setup on it. It works, don't get me wrong. It's straight off the bomb by Canrog, but you're not putting a filament sensor on it because it's a metal body. You would have to reprint a body for it so that you can modify it to make an inline filament sensor like you can on a Sherpa Mini. So I'm just going to build one of these Filatectors real fast, and we should be able to do this on stream if I stop talking and just set up it up and print the part out. Yeah, Dragoon 1, that's good. That's the printer I want. Get off the texture PEI plate. We have an engineering plate. ABS everywhere. Good, good, good. More on that'll be fine. Come over here to downloads. Grab that file and that file. Go in here and make sure that they are oriented right, and we're not going to have any big overhangs. Looks good. Slice. Print plate. What colors do I have over here? Orange, red. Oh, we go with black. Black works. Black is ubiquitous. I'm not going to do the orange because it's not the right color orange. But we'll get this printed real fast. And once it's done, we'll put one of these together real fast on stream while we're chatting. Yeah, so the box turtle will work with any Klipper compatible printer that you have control over and can load modules in. Let me repeat that. You've got to be able to control what's installed on it. So you've got to log into the host and install the AFC add-on software. And in order to do that, you have to have access to the Raspberry Pi or other host image so that you can install that. The Bamboo X1, you're not getting it installed there. It's proprietary, it's locked down. A K1, K1 Max, K1C, if you jailbreak it, you can now install things on it. Okay? There would be nothing stopping you from, say, connecting this up to, Flying Bear Reborn 2 or a Bear that's running an SKR board and Klipper, right? It just needs to be Klipper that you can install software on, because you have the Python modules that get installed and symlinks created into the Klipper folder, Klipper environment folder, and then you have to install some config files. And that's why you can't put one of these on a Bamboo, because it's a closed ecosystem. Okay. Who was it? Give me a second. Crichton. Or not Crichton. Well, Crichton, you have an Ender 3 S1 Pro. And I think it was Modlight that was talking about possibly getting an Ender 3. You can put one of these on an Ender 3, right? The thing is right now it's set up for, well, this one is set up for CANBUS. All you need to do is be able to extend 24 volt to it, and you can still do it via serial. So extend a serial connection through the USB-C on the MMB and 24 volt into the CANBUS port, and you can run it over serial, right? You don't have to run it over CANBUS. You can run it serial. It doesn't care. It just needs to know about the board. Would you be able to put stock Ender 3 firmware on it? I believe there is Ender 3 firmware for the Bitry Tech board, but don't Please research that. Do not take my word for that because I haven't played with one in a long while. I actually have an Ender 3 V2 sitting downstairs that I got, and I haven't even taken it out of the box, and I'm selling it to one of my coworkers because he wanted it for his kids for Christmas gift. But yeah, we're gonna try and get this print going over here. Let me go here. But yeah, for now, this one is ready to go. Like I said, I've got the idlers here. The only thing with these idlers is, and one of the reasons why we moved away from them, I say we, but the team has moved away from them. The locking mechanisms don't, you know, they don't latch very well, right? So that, or at least mine aren't, and I know other people, like this one's sort of catching, but not completely. So we've done a few things, little fixes here and there. For the most part, the other thing I will say is I've had issues. Oh, that sucks, and I'm going to have more issues. I printed rings for my cardboard spools from Polymaker because I was seeing a lot of dragging issues. And the one thing you got to be careful of is the geometry of the spool. If this is all the way back and it's sitting on the wheels, make sure it's not sitting on the bed, because if any weight is sitting on the bed of the lane, you're not going to have enough pressure on the front wheels, which means you need to move this forward so it's sitting on the wheels and not contacting the bed. You don't want the added friction. You don't want to wear through your bed. And if you have to, because like I said, these just take something and put back there to jam it so it can't slide all the way back. There's been some people that have made some changes to the bottom to cover some things up. I also need to put these corner pieces on before I forget. But yeah. This is a really, really nice design. I really do like this design a lot. All of these parts are kind of keyed together so that they only go in one way. And they help align themselves very nicely. They all have, anything that needs support has print and place supports. So you don't have to add any supports or anything like that. And everything that I printed on my bamboo, half the time the supports would come off just snapping it off the sheet. Now the ones that I'm printing over here in the Trident, it's a 0.6 nozzle. They're sticking a little bit, so I had to use my knife to separate the, break off what I can, then use a knife to separate at the layer line a little bit better. But that's a printer tuning issue, not a problem with the parts. Yeah, I was pretty sure they had a pre-compiled version. I just wasn't sure of the, depending on whether it was an Ender 3 V2, Ender 3 V3, Ender 3 V3 SE, I just didn't know if they had it for every different flavor of Ender 3 out there on the market right now. The only one I've really used was the Ender 3 or the Ender 3 Pro. Beyond that, I don't know. I would assume that they had pre-compiled versions, but I wasn't going to commit to it. So like I said, this one's fully built. It's fully back assembled. It's using, I'll say, an older version of the. It's using an older version of everything except for the respooler wheels. The respooler wheels are the latest addition, right? That's the only difference. And thunder keys. What I realized was the older wheels were too wide and were rubbing on the side of the lanes. So if I hold these up, let me do bench side. And I'm going to set these on something flat. So I'm going to hold these up. You'll notice this width is, this wheel is wider than this wheel, or taller in this case. So all I had to do was swap these wheels for these wheels, and everything in my respooler started working. So I didn't need to reprint everything to get this one back up and running, or get it running. So, and I only had to reprint one of the 24 tooth gears. I only had one of these that was fully slipping. So, hey Armored Turtle, how's it going? Correct. We get rid of the fasteners at the top with the newer design. I agree with that. You don't get to see the ones up here on the tool head. So yeah, I agree with that, Armored Turtle. And it does look nice. And in fact, I am printing parts for a third. The Trident with the box turtle is printing parts for another box turtle that's going to be metallic blue and metallic green. And my metallic green might be a little wet because I'm getting some stringing, but that's the color scheme for going to be the next one. And like you said, no fasteners. It's a lot more friction fit. This one fastener here is going to be covered by the wheel, so you wouldn't see it. It's really, the design has matured and matured rapidly. Armored Turtle, as I'm sitting here doing the build on stream of this one, he's out there making changes on the fly every time I had to fiddle with something. So that's been really nice. Oh yeah, not a problem, OnLight. Not a problem. And then they also have this piece right here. It's called the groupie. And this has also been modified since this version. But you'll see that you've got 4 inlets, 1 outlet, and a spot for another filament sensor. So once again, here's your 4-into-1. So rather than doing the hub back here, you can come out. There's an option for 4 individual lanes. So think like the A1 Mini that does the 4-into-1 right at the tool head. That's what this is. This is basically this rear hub moved to the tool head. So you'd be running 4 Bowden tubes to this at the tool head of your printer. Right? So this works well because it gives you a sensor. So this acts as your hub sensor, but it can also help me if I'm leading people astray here, Armored Turtle and Log Shot. But if you know the distance from this sensor to your gears, you can also use this as your tool head sensor, correct? So it's basically the load to hub and the tool head sensor in one shot, or can be configured that way. Yep, there you go. So what I'm getting ready to print right now, or what's printing right now on Dragoon 1, is going to be a Filatector that we'll put together tonight, because I need to test that out on the Rook 2020 Mark II. And I'll probably do that tomorrow, maybe on Thursday's stream as well, if I'm still having issues, because I'm going to set one of the box turtles up on the Rook 2020 Mark II that's going to be at KB3D's booth. And I'm going to try and set it up to do tip forming with no cutter because it's going to go on that Rook 2020 Mark II that doesn't have a cutter. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like the rest of my EREC parts are going to get in. That would enable me to put the cutter at the rear of the hub. So that'll be that. And if I can get the third box turtle going, because I have all the parts, it's just getting the printed parts done. And right now, the issue I've been having has been the lanes. For whatever reason, all of these lanes that I've used so far, I've printed on the bamboos. And as soon as I tried running them on the bamboos again, they're warping like mad. So I don't know why, but I'm going to start switching over and printing them on the Trident. I already got them sliced up. I just need to start printing them, but they're a couple hours each. The bamboo might be getting jealous, but it comes in front to back on the bamboo, and I have to turn it side to side. Okay. Because the front to back, it runs across the, I don't know, the print calibration line. So you move it side to side. And I'm trying to do the one that is, uses the supports and doesn't have the added pieces that you have to add on. So I don't know why, but it's warping on the side. Now it could just be, I need to wash the plate and add some more vision miner to it. But you can see right there how bad this one warped. And technically this is probably a usable lane, even though it warped there, because it doesn't appear to be warped back here where the piece would sit, and it doesn't impact the front. This is probably still a usable lane. Looks like crap. Yeah, it's going to be underneath. You won't see it, but looks like crap. So I may hold on to this. There's a little bit of warping back here at the other end as well, but not a lot. And I really just need to wash that build plate. The one I'm doing it on has the engineering build plate on it. So I just need to do that and do another fresh coat of vision miner on it. Yeah, OCD. And then I noticed that I have to put brims on the idlers, or the idle rollers for that I'm printing over here on the Trident. I had to add brims to them because they were about 3/4 of the way up, and the print had decided to knock them all off. So, yeah. But I've got all of the, I've got the motors and all of that to build the next ones. I just need to, and I probably won't do that on stream. I'll probably work on it some tomorrow evening, maybe. We'll see. And then on Thursday stream, we'll have the KB3D Rook 2020 up here. And we'll be setting up or maybe I'll go down and grab it tonight. I just need to shut it down. But I want to start working on getting that one ready to go and just doing tip forming. Orange Dragon is the other Rook. Oh no. How do I not have... That sucks. I don't have that one saved. Give me 1 second. Got to log into my router. Got to log into my router to figure out what the IP address is of that one so I can shut it down. And then once the what is it called? The Filatector is done, we'll build that, and I'll go grab that and bring it up here. We'll get that one figured out and connected. Yeah, the brim doesn't hurt on that. I agree. It'll be easy enough to take away, and even if there is some residual on it, it's in the middle. I mean, the spool should never be touching that area anyhow. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to look at my okay, so I know which IP address it should be. Yep, that's it. Go ahead and get that one shut down so that we can go and pull it upstairs here in a little bit. Well, I want to try and get the serial print going on this tonight. My plan is, as soon as this one's done, I'm going to shut it off, remove the white one, put the red and orange one up there, and bring it back up. You know, just swap out the CANBUS UUIDs so it'll come up on the red and orange one, and then we can get the serial print going over on that one so that we can get that one serialized. The blue and white one can go on the, well, I'll have it set up so it can go on either one. But yeah, so I'll have a second one going. And then have the third one going, which I may not serialize under the beta just because I don't want to churn them out that much. But I should be getting my boards from ISIX in soon. Okay. And I just wanted to check real fast which version of the hot end I had on Dragon here, because we need to reprint for Filametrics on this so that we can get that one going. Now that we know some of the gotchas from doing the Trident, we should be able to do that one a lot easier. And then Thursday afternoonish, we may, I'm not 100% sure, we may push the stream a half hour or so on Thursday. I got to check with Evil Diesel, because he's going to need to come over so that we can get Black Box downstairs and loaded, and the Trident over here in the corner is going to get loaded up with the box turtle. And I just need a second person to help me manhandle it downstairs and get it in the truck. I love Mrs. Dragon too much to have her try and carry a heavy printer downstairs. So, hoorah, Air Force! Yep, how's it going, Printed Visions? Welcome on in. One load of laundry to go. I forgot, needed warmer clothes. Yeah, you know what? I haven't even looked at the weather for Bel Air yet. I know it's not too bad here. It'll be a little bit further up than my brother. They're still in 80s. Now the question is whether or not it's going to be raining, right? So is it bring shorts or bring jeans or yes? Maryland, but with rain, I need to bring some layers just in case. Yeah, exactly. So I'll have like the KB3D lighter, like pullover hoodie, and then I'll have a, I'll have a standard pullover hoodie that I can throw on like I did at Rocky Mountain. So rather than my grumpy old vet one, I'll bring my E3D one. But I've got my box turtle shirts folded up. I got my Digital Dragon shirts folded up, and the KB, I've got shirts already folded up, ready to go. Because I figured I'm not going to wash them anymore. I'm just going to fold them up, have them ready. What was your AFSC? You were a 3CO X1. Ding, 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 ding. I started off as a 491, changed to a 3CO. Was it X2? I ended out as a cyber shred. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. So 491, 2A753, then you cross change into a 1351, 1C351. No idea what a 2A is, but no worries. You're gonna make me a Digital Dragon hoodie when you get the heat vinyl transfer? Cool. Aircraft structural maintenance, then command post. Nice. So yeah, we got that part printing. I'm gonna set this on the ground. We're almost ready to do a change out over on the Trident. And really it's gonna be pull that one, switch the other one out. We're just gonna let the build plate cool down so we don't warp those parts. And Armored Turtle is going to want me to do a 4-color print. Got it set up. I'm thinking to myself out loud here on what I want to do. Let me see what colors I have. Have anything that resembles a black that I can put up there. Ooh. Now the question is this. Yeah, the PCABS I didn't have good luck with. Or the Polymaker PCABS I didn't have good luck running that one. That one's going to take a little bit of tuning. And I kind of really need plastic spools that'll work nicely. Because I did have a couple of the printed rings that'll work, but yeah, the other set I had printed are somewhere down behind the bottom back of the thing because I wasn't paying attention. Forgot I had them sitting in the other lanes of the box turtle up there. So MG Longshot, Master Gunner. Uh-oh. Makes sense. The Master Guns, I'm assuming Marine Corps. Turtles on the floor, none to walk away. Don't make me put it on its back. I will put it on its back again. Thanks for the lurk, Private Visions. Army tanker. Okay. All right. My brother and his wife were, well, I say were, are Marines. They're just no longer active duty. My brother is about 3 active duty Marines right now with his current weight. Yeah, they were the first married couple to complete basic military training at Parris Island together. So when they realized that they were in sister, I guess, battalions or whatever, they were on range day, and their platoon sergeants marched them out, had them face each other, staying at attention 5 feet apart, and said, "You cannot touch each other, but you can talk to each other for 5 minutes." And that was it, man. They took crap from then on out once everybody realized they were husband and wife. But yeah. Overture is giving away another A1 combo. Just join their Discord. Are they giving it away at the show or before the show? No turtle abuse? Yeah, I don't want to abuse Turtle. Turtle's been going good. I've got some filament ready to go here. Like I said, we're just going to do a physical swap so that we can run the other turtle. I need to do some heat sets, and I need to then start making up the whatchamacallit, the end stop for the Filatector. The plan is to put that on, like I said, on the printer downstairs, the KB3D Rook, because we're going to have, I'm going to have 2 Rooks. One's going to be a 2020 Mark I that has been traditionally at KB3D's booth, but it's not the right orange, but it's called Orange Dragon. And then we've got the Rook 2020 Mark II that we built on stream along with Tugboat. And Jesus, I still owe Tugboat some information. Dang it. And that one is definitely going to be at KB3D's booth. The Rook 2020 Mark I will not have the box turtle on it because it's using a Orbiter 2 filament sensor, which, let me tell you, I love that so much. Because I set it down at their booth, they say, "Where's the filament?" I hand them a spool of filament, and they load it, and it's got the load. As soon as the filament hits the sensor, it starts the load routine, and it'll load the filament. They just get rid of the little bit of ooze that comes out, and they say print, and it, boom, it runs. So, too bad you refuse to have a bamboo in your house. You know what? I can't complain. I know there's people that have strong feelings on bamboos, but I've gotten both of these, and other than wiping the carbon rods down when it tells me to, and greasing the lead screws when it tells me to, I just swapped out the filament, or not filament, the filter on the one. This one, Dragoon 2, has been doing primarily PLA. This one has been primarily doing ABS, nylon, PC, whatever I throw at it. Very few issues have I had. I know Free Heathen loves his A1 combo. That goes there. You have to put heat sets into that part. I might as well put heat sets in this part while I got the heat setter out. Oh, I'm gonna grab this. All right, that's apparently not going to work. So I need to do some heat sets. So folks, be mindful. The CNC Kitchen heat set inserts, I just realized, because I broke the tip of my M3 one trying to take whatchamacallit, take out and recover some heat set inserts. And I didn't realize until I was looking to see if I could get just one size. And I got some generic crap set off Amazon. The only thing I could find that had a TS 100 101 on it. But those things say that they're only rated up to 295C. And I've run them anywhere up to like 300, 330C. And this, my friends, is why you don't get... So this is a set that also has the heating element. And there we go. That's why. So this has different threads than the one I was using. So I'm going to have to swap this out in order to use this crap set. Be able to set some M3 inserts. I say crap sets. It's not bad. It's just not... I really like the CNC Kitchen ones. I like the ones you get from LDO, but the ones you get from LDO don't work with the TS 100. But yeah, the issue here is it's just different thread pattern. So yeah, the standard set does not work with the TS 100, I don't believe, because it's got the longer shaft to work with, like the Wellers. I was looking recently, and there's about 6 different types, right? Whether it's like I think the TS 100 101 and the Pine Sol use the same, but there's like 5 or 6 different, I'll say types, because I don't know how else to explain it, of these heat set insert things. Or not heat set, but heating element pieces. You know, like the one I just threw off the table here. Ugh. So what I'm currently doing is letting some things cool down. So I've got the... Oh, that's interesting. So this is also just a shade longer than the standard, so it won't fit in there. Sweet. Okay. You just sit there. You sit here. This is set and ready to go. This comes up here. It's plugged in. Turned on. Because we need to, these are the new corners. These are the solid corners I'm going to use for the box turtle that's on the Trident. So I just need to put heat sets in here. And I'll probably use this one to recover heat sets. And then I'll use, I'll get another full set of the CNC Kitchen ones from Chris, because he normally has them at the shows. And I'll use those for actually doing heat sets. Yeah, I need to print out the more lower parts to this one. You'll notice that it rocks a lot. So the lower legs on it have cracked on both sides. So I just need to print out new parts, and I'm thinking seriously about making the lower part all one piece. For no other reason than I shouldn't have to mess with anything. Oops. All right, good night, Monlight. Take it easy. Have a good one. I'm going to go ahead and put the heat sets in here as well. Yes, KB3D does sell the CNC kitchen products. That he does. Okay. Also, when I take the blue one off, the blue and white one off, I'll probably go ahead and swap over the skirts, since I've got all the skirts for it sitting right over here. Iron Dragon, I was letting you cool off on the bed, but I do need to heat you up again for the, I think we only need to go up to like 175. I need to heat it up so that I can unload the tool, or not the tool head, but the lanes. I think it needs to be heated up to undo the lanes. Oh, I still have not upgraded the software yet for the AFC. We may do it. I'll install the latest version of the software when we go to do the. Sorry, folks, I'm going to put you on mute real fast. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me pause. I haven't updated the AFC software yet, and I did see that you guys said to make sure you had no filament loaded whatsoever when you do that update, and to also pull down and recreate all your AFC files. So we'll do that for the first time when we do the whatchamacallit, the Rook, which we'll be doing. We'll start that tonight. So we're up to 175. I'm going to go ahead and unload both of these lanes. So lane eject on one. So there's one. Lane eject two. Oh, lane eject won't work because we're loaded. So when you go to do this, what you need to do is if the filament's still loaded in the tool, you got to unload first. Tell it what lane you're unloading. In this case, we're unloading tool 2 or from 2. And it'll go through and do the whole little macros, so it'll do all of its unload stuff. And like I said, Armored Turtle and Thunder Keys and everybody, I haven't done anything to this box turtle over here. And I've got 3 of the 4 lane lights working all of a sudden. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I did fix a couple of the solders on the lights because there was 1 or 2 that I felt needed some touch up, but that was it. I didn't change the order of any wiring or anything. And yeah, they're just deciding to work all of a sudden. So I don't get it, but I kind of don't need to get it either. Okay, so there's that. We want to cool that back down. While this one's cooling down, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go downstairs and grab the other printer, and then I'll show you how we're going to swap the 2 box turtles out so that we can test the second box turtle. Okay, now we're starting to get a whole bunch of stuff around here. That's getting yeah, phantom electrical connection. Like I said, I have no idea because like I said, 3 of them are working. I didn't change the input output patterns of anything because I looked and I'm like, no, I did them right when I undid them. I'm curious to see if the red and orange one decides to do its little hiccup as well or not. And we just started an ad break. So once the ad break is done and everybody's back and can hear me, I will show you how we're going to just change the configuration here. And I said I was going to wash this plate. I'm not. I do need the brush though. We're going to put some vision miner on here. Love vision miner, and this is another one of the smaller bottles. I've got 2 of the sample bottles from Rocky Mountain, and I'm still using the sample bottles. I haven't even gotten into the 2 that I bought at Rocky Mountain. You just make an X and an O, like you're playing tic-tac-toe. And then brush it both directions. And then you'll want to rinse this brush. You can use it numerous times if you rinse it and don't let it harden on there. I've got like a whole box of acid brushes. So for now, that's just going to go in there because I don't want to go downstairs and wash it. So you let that dry. Meanwhile, I'm going to come in here real fast and dust off the back of the bamboo some. Looks good enough. That in there. And I'll go ahead and print another lane because I'm going to need 4 of them. Yeah. I'll start printing it and then I'll have to do a filament swap on it. That's down close enough. Ads are done, so welcome on in. A little IPA looses again. Okay. So all we're going to do here, because we want to switch between our 2 box turtles, and because I know the information, we're going to go into the machine. We're going to go into our AFC directory and our AFC hardware. We have an example, and a config. Both of these are MMB ones. We'll click on that, and you'll notice that I have 2 CANBUS. Whoops, you would if I'm showing you. So let me do that again. So we're in our dashboard. We'll go to Machine, AFC, Automated Filament Changer. We're going to go to our hardware because they're both using MMB version 1 boards. You'll notice that I've got 2 CANBUS entries here. All I'm going to do is uncomment out the first one, which is for the orange and red box turtle. And I'm going to comment out the one for the white and blue. I'm going to save it because I need to do a shutdown. This is critical. You've got to shut it down because we're going to be swapping an electrical connection. Do not want to hot swap this. That will go badly. Okay, do not hot swap your box turtles. Power the system down. And then I'm going to unplug my 4-pin connector, pull it forward, and remove your PTFE tube from the back. Kind of put it off to the side so it doesn't run away on you. And there's the box turtle. And we'll take the other one and go plug it in. Get your PTFE tube in the back. Plug in our 4-pin Molex microfit connector. Flip the switch. And as it comes back up fully, one motor should stop. Why is it not stopping? I don't know. Got 4 legs ready. It came up, which means it knows that it's there. Put some filament in and see if it'll stop trying to rewind the 4th motor. Oh, its third motor is running constantly. So it said all 3 lanes are ready, but it's running the third respooler motor constantly. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah, just don't do it. Don't try it. You'll wind up having a bad day. And this is not what I thought it was. This is carbon gray ASA. And I don't think I'm going to get all of my lanes out of this one. Do I have a black? Give me 1 second while I look. Another carbon gray, so that's good. But do I have a black? That's not a ASA glass filled blue, ABS glass filled black. ABS glass filled orange. Either one of those are going to be good. Once again, we're running non-hardened gears in these, so running your glass filled or your carbon fiber filled, probably not your best bet. Oh well, just pick a color. You just need something else that's... Yeah, okay, so the third lane here is like constantly on. So I just loaded three of the 4 lanes. I'm going to do a restart and see if that stops. Oh, good thing is it just ran the 4th motor backwards. Okay. Oh, that wasn't good. Just shut it down. But I've got 2 spools of filament loaded because that was a smart thing to do. So Thunder Keys, ArmoredTurtle, et al. What would cause a motor to continuously be running? The N20 respooler motor. Don't worry, I'm not going to put it down on its back yet. I will need to in a few minutes, but just not right now. Hey, Additive Adam, how's it going? Welcome on in, my friend. Welcome on in. Lone MOSFET on the MOSFETi? Shouldn't be. Should not be. I'm wondering more if it's bag crimp. Third one is how did I wire this up? All right. So I'm over here. Bit side. I want to look at this one. But while we have it here, let's not. We'll set this one aside. Yes, I need to do the corners. Yes, I need to do the skirts. We'll take a look at that in a minute. We're going to get this thing out of the way so I don't burn myself on it. Need my box turtle stand, which is box KVP filament. Why? Because so 3 green and red. I mean, it's constantly on, then it's looking like it's constantly triggered, right? So the configuration is the same, so that shouldn't matter. My end stops are all updated, so I wouldn't need to change that. That would impact all 4, not 1. And this one was running properly before I messed with things. By mess with things, I mean connected things up. So let me double check and just make sure that I did not connect things up differently, because normally it's the 4th motor that's running all the time. Or at least that was the way it was on the blue and white one. Was the 4th motor, I'll say, ran until it was up and running, like up and active. See, it would also run these 2 wires, go to that motor. These 2 wires for motor 2 go there. These 2 motors go to motor 3. These two wires go to the 3rd N20 motor. These to the 4th, so it's all wired up correctly. Black, red. All wired up correctly. And when I took it apart, I never moved these. The only thing I messed with was I disconnected these so I could take the lanes out. And I disconnected these wires and shortened them on this end. So could there be a bad crimp? Hey, Glendon, how's it going? Yeah, with a custom Klipper GPIO setting. Somebody, I think you might have been the one telling me about that, but it would require me to do some recompile of Klipper, I think, for the MMB board. Well, that one's got filament in it. That out. And how's it going, Glendon? Welcome on in. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Adam, you're going to be down at the HueForge booth, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be upstairs. I was in the corner last time, but I'm on that same side. But I'm closer to the main, I'll say the main entrance to the facility. Damn. Rook. That sucks. There we go. Pull it out this way. Get the extra filament out of the way. Where's everybody staying at? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this extruder over. Come on, you little. Hey, Big Jano, how's it going? Airbnb near the Ripken Stadium? Nice. Yeah, we're going to be staying at the Hampton Inn and Suites. Same place as KB3D and Chris 2 are going to be at. Sit over there. This is the connector for 3.4 is going into the I2C connector. I just want to make sure that these are fully seated. Appear to be. Orange. Orange, blue, yellow. Okay. So the order's right, which was kind of weird because it was almost like I was expecting 3 and 4 to be different. So the trigger pins are right. The trigger pins are right. The physical motor power connectors are correct. The boards are the same, so I don't know why there would be a different motor running constantly at startup, or why it would be triggering and trying to run the N20s at startup. You stayed at the La Quinta last year? Yeah, I try and stay at Hilton's or, you know, like Marriott sets because I've got, you know, the rewards cards, whatever. But yeah, so first two we were at Hilton's. It was just God, they were expensive in that area up in Maryland. Of course, everything's expensive up there in that area in Maryland. Okay, so there's nothing at the controller side over here that would explain that behavior. And I don't see anything with the MOSFETi. Like I said, I wouldn't expect it to be any different because it literally worked before I took it apart. Right? The only thing we were having issue with was these motors not running. Now it's one of them's running constantly. Which makes no sense. I'm not going to zip tie that. I will put it back up and see if it does it again. And if so, then we'll those are good connections. Let's see if it does it again. So 3 and 4 are running now. And they'll run until the clipper comes up fully. Yeah, the Hampton Inn in Aberdeen. That's where I'm staying. I believe it's the one in Aberdeen. Yeah, Fairfield Inn and Suites in Aberdeen. Okay, so 4 shut off, 3 is still going, and the MOSFET's still showing triggered. Huh. That doesn't make sense. So I did I played with the wires at this end. I mean, these were disconnected. Let me check the wires at the other end and see if some reason they came loose or something. Well, the wires are good. Nothing seems wrong on the MOSFET, but you know what? I do have 2 more MOSFET boards. We can solder one up. I was thinking about doing it tonight anyhow. So let's solder up a MOSFET. And this way we'll know we have a good or new board that hasn't been adulterated yet. And when I solder these, I'm soldering the all of the motor wires, so the 4 lanes are soldered with the screw pins facing the edge of the board. And when I do the power, it has to be facing the inside of the board. Otherwise, it will not mount correctly. Right, you're annoying me. You unplug. You come up there. What the? Oh, okay. Okay. Move my chair over here real fast. It's always one thing, isn't it, gang? This will be a pretty quick solder job. All we got to do is solder all of these pins. Doesn't take much. Once again, we want these so the screw terminals are facing towards the outside edge of the board. Get up the pin in the pad. Drop some solder on it real fast. 2. Three. And 4th one. Okay, then once again on the power input right here by my finger, we want the screw terminals to be facing up, because if they're facing down, you're not going to be able to get your wires in. So they're all of your screw terminal where your wires are going to go in should be facing upwards here. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going, my friend? We think we may have a bad MOSFET board, which I don't know how that would happen since it was working before I took it offline to fix some parts. But just on the safe side, we're going to wire up or solder up another one. And I do have an AFC light board coming in as well. Okay, and then I'm going to need a 2, 4, 5 pin connector. They want you to use the angled DuPont. We're not going to use that. We're going to use a JST 5-pin connector because that's what we've got our wire set up for. And we've got it set up facing up, so that in there. So we got one box turtle done. This one should have been a quick plug in and go, but of course, like everything else, it wants to give me a hard time. So bear with me real fast. The runny nose keeps fighting me. Oh yeah, fix it with the hammer. Yep. Hammer always fixes solder connectors, right? Okay. Now we're going to unscrew all of these. I'm going to get this out of the way. And of course, we'll take a look at the board to see if there's an issue. So the issue is not that we didn't have a motor going, it's that the motor was going constantly, which would of course prevent us from installing our filament. Yep. Motor wires there. Motor wires go there. Motor wires go here. And it was motor 3, so this motor right here that was having the issue. We got that out. I'll have to get the other one. Need to remove this before I can get to the other one. Me unplug that. Hopefully I don't burn the crap out of myself here in a minute. And if I do, you guys can get a chuckle. It's all good. These screw terminals. There is nothing that, well, the MOSFET has a slight discoloration on it, but nothing that I would expect to be an issue that would cause it to be in an open, always open on state. Anyhow, let me go ahead and swap these two boards real fast and we'll figure it out. We'll see if that was the issue or not, at least. Oops. So that's awesome. The mount broke. Yeah, I mean, nothing Nothing untoward seems to be an issue. Tiny surface mount components, though, so God only knows there could be an issue, and I just can't wrap my eyes around it. How's it going, Free Heathen? How are you doing today? Come on. Well, you gotta get just the right rotation to get it to go in. You don't have the right rotation, it doesn't go in. And hopefully the storm that is going outside does not cut the stream, so got the power in. We'll go ahead and get this mounted again. Really? Yeah. Where did the other? Where did it go, George? Where did it go? Missing a hammerhead T-nut is gone. There we go. There. Not there. And that one did not burn. Is why I hate hammerhead T-nuts. Well, the other one didn't hurt either. It just tightened straight across. That one turned that time. Yeah, I know for Ethan, and I've got the answer. I just need to get the answer to you. Because you will have to have a screen to interface with and some software updates for the screen to work and everything. Okay, that cable's in. Need to get all these inserted. Ground. Positive. Ground. Positive. Ground. Yeah, there's benefits to T-nuts. Hammerhead T-nuts have a purpose. Just in my case, that purpose is to frustrate me. The good thing is we know we're getting power because the motor's going. I just don't know why the motor's not shutting off. So we're going to take this now. Everything's wired back up. Everything's wired in the right order. We're going to plug it back in and see if it will work this time or if it's still going to confound me. And I'm going to put you guys on mute for a second and blow my nose. And the motors have stopped. So that is good. That is good. Now we can load up our filaments again. And remember to plug in our PTFE tube. Because we don't want to go through that fiasco again. I really need, I really need the idlers to be tighter, but I don't have the idlers on. So that would be why it's sitting way low. Here we go. So there's the blue, metallic green. And then just two other ABS colors. This is a IC 3D blue, so a different blue. And a fusion radioactive orange. So we have a metallic blue, a metallic green, a blue, and a radioactive orange. And they're all ABS. So what we need to do is we'll go back full display. We'll go to Orca Slicer. Right here. Orca Slicer. There we go. Load this up. We've got 4 colors, but we need to switch over to ABS. So, got a generic PLA box turtle. Don't have an ABS set up over here for box turtle. Grab that one. And I'm not even going to worry about trying to get the colors right on this. The biggest thing I want to do is come grab this and check on like multi-material and make sure that everything is 0. Nothing additional added here for settings. Setting overrides. We don't want anything overriding anything. Pooling, we're good. So that's good. Biggest thing here is we don't want it to be helpful in any type of ramming or anything like that, right? So this is set up right. We're going to have our 3 colors. That's white. And regardless, we're gonna have 4 colors. We're gonna slice this plate. It's all in ABS. Say print. Box turtle serial ABS 12 minutes 14 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Hey Beans, how you doing? And that does say ABS, so we'll be able to tell the difference between the PLA and the ABS version. Say upload and print. And I am wondering now if this MOSFET like smoked. I don't know why. not seeing like anything different. So I don't know why this one stopped working all of a sudden, but we've got the second box turtle up. We're going to be doing the serial print with ABS filament, and our current one that is working well, that we know is working well, we're going to bring up on the bench, and we're going to do minor, very minor surgery to it. Okay? Very, very minor surgery. Because we're going to swap panels. That's it. There's one panel that will be more of a pain in the butt, and that'll be the one that has the fan in it. Because it would require us to undo the fan wire. So I think what I want to do is one, not undo this front corner just yet. I want this back corner because this will let me get to this side and this side easy enough. And I don't want to mess with the structural rigidity. Actually, for now, that's out. This and this is out. Yeah. There's one set of side panels. Grab our other set of side panels. What I'm looking for is, will it be easy? Doesn't matter if it'll be easy or not. There's a side. I need to take just going to basically slowly work my way around from one side to the other. Making sure I keep my frame as square as possible the whole way around. And not to break down too much on these screws, because we don't need to crack any parts at this point and have to swap them out yet again. All right, I wasn't going to, but yes, box turtle's going to go up on its back. Sorry. Oh wait, is that what I wanted? Yeah, no, I want to do the top, not the back. My bad. What am I doing? Brain farting. Like, oh, it'll be easier to do the bottom, except the bottom has all the wires connected to it, which is why that one's a pain in the butt to do. If I do the top, yes, I got to mess with the lanes and keep from dropping the lanes, but I can pull my pieces out easier. Well, I might have to take the hub off. So I want this corner to come out. And it's this one that goes in. This is where I'm saying, oh, I'm going to need to take the hub out and disconnect the hub. This one has the fan in it. Ay, 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 ay. Take this. In my tubes. Stands by with cloth for the forehead. Thank you, Beans. So right now what we're doing is we're just going to be making it pretty, right? We're taking out the hub. We're take out the hub. We put the hub back in. Do the hokey pokey and you turn the shelf about. That's what you're all about. Do that. We'll put this back in. Like I said, the one that'll be a pain is this one because it's got the fan wiring on it. And of course the fan goes underneath the full length of the board. Goes there. This goes there. Goes there. This one goes there. So this one has various wires going in it. Do that. And I wonder if I've got enough play in the fan wire. Yeah, I should be able to just pop the fan out this way. There we go. You take song requests. Oh, yeah, you don't want me singing. Now, Beans, yes. Beans can sing anytime she wants to. Especially if she sings as Belle. In fact, I will pay her to sing as Belle on Free Heathens next stream. I figured I wouldn't have to twist your arm for that. Okay. Fan is loose. Where's that part? There's that part. Okay, so And goes back down in there like that. Gotta somehow try and get our holes lined up. Come on, darn it, really? Hole lined up. So the hole's lined up, but it's just playing hard to get as far as, there we go, that one started threading. That one started threading, good. So we'll get 2 of these threaded in, and then we'll work on the other 2. Hey, that storm's kicking it in. Here we go. Thought it was. And sitting here waiting for that print to start. It still hadn't started yet. It was the if for whatever reason it fails to do the Z-tilt, it just kind of sits there until the heaters time out. All right, this one doesn't seem like it's wanting to start, and if it doesn't real soon here, and maybe, no, maybe, no. Darn it. All right, 3 of 4 is good. Good enough for me. Goes in that way. Need to get this loop back in there. Do that. Do that. Okay. Those are now in the right spot. We will close that side up. So we got two sides now. Now we got another side to do, and then the front, and then we'll be done. We'll be able to put in our corner pieces as well. The side pieces, doesn't matter which orientation they go in. The front pieces, doesn't matter which way they go. The only one that matters is the rear piece in which direction it goes. So now we just need to do the front, and this one will be done. And then we'll, like I said, we'll start working on the filamentator for the Rook 2020. Just thinking through this one. This one might be easier to do the bottom because we haven't, or no, the wires are secured, but we should still be good. Should still be easier to do the bottom here than the top. Because the top has the lanes and everything joining it. And I think it'll just be a little bit more of a pain to deal with than the wires. No, not enough. Come on. There we go. We got the nice pretty skirts on everywhere. She's dressed to impress. And for giggles, have we come up with a like serial number badge print for the box turtles? If it was just straight something on the that'll secure the 2020, we could do that just about anywhere. Why is that not lining up? There we go. That one lined up. This one is cracked. Dang it. This one is cracked, but it's going to be hidden and not going to get swapped out just yet because I don't think I have another corner. And that's where you got to be careful with these. If you over tighten them, they will crack these parts. So you just have to be careful. And don't over ugga-dugga them. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Welcome on in, my dude. Hope you are doing well. We got ArmoredTurtle 010, which is the one that I'm working on right now. This we serialized on the last stream. It has been printing parts for a third box turtle. That's going to be metallic blue and metallic green ABS from a Polymaker. And then we've got, right now, the red and orange box turtle is going behind me on the Trident, and it is printing its serial print, all on ABS. So provided that goes without a hitch, we'll have a second box turtle to serial. The this one is prepped and ready to go downstairs on the Trident 350. This one seems to be working just fine. Like, there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to throw these frame skirts away because they may still be used somewhere else. We'll hold on to them for a little bit. Okay. That stuff goes there. We're cleared off. We've got our filamentator. This is a filament runout sensor, for lack of a better term, that we're going to put on our V0, the KB3D, I'm sorry, not V0, Rook. So we're going to mount this. We're just going to do it right in line with the top here. So we'll cut our tube, we'll leave a little bit, and this will just basically be free dangling up at the top. Shouldn't be a problem. What I need to do is figure out some wiring length or thereabouts. So there, bring it back down the umbilical there. Those wire, that's a good wire length, don't you think? Boom, that should work. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Long time no see. So what we're going to try and do, Chris, is put a filament runout sensor on the Rook 2020 Mark II, because the plan is to have both Rooks at your table. Or if you don't want Orange Dragon, you just want this one, you only have space for the one, that's fine. But whichever one's going on your table is going to have a box turtle connected to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a simple filament runout sensor that ArmoredTurtle has out there on his GitHub called what the hell does he call it? The Filatector. Because I'm sure I could get it to work with Orange Dragon, which uses the oh, damn it. The Orbiter 2 filament sensor, but I don't want to try and get that going, really, is what it is. Because I'd have to change all the macros around and everything, and I really like the way those macros work. So I don't want to change that if I don't have to. And this particular Rook has that somewhat generic extruder toolhead system on it. So it just makes more sense to get this prepped up. So Chris, since you're on here, I need to ask, are you bringing some Revo nozzles with you? Because you guys are leaving Thursday, right? I guess what I ought to do is just say, hey, if I put in a order, can you just bring it to the show? Because that's really where I'm going. Is I could use some more spare Revo V6, or Revo V6, some Revo 06 Obsidians, and yeah, that is what you should do. Yes, yeah, I need a few more of those, and I need a few Revo Obsidians. A couple of things. Oh, CNC kitchen, heat press set. Now what I'm going to do here is the one that's going to be the common, I'm going to strip this end and not strip the other end just yet, because I'm going to twist these wires. And so I just want to make sure that and yes, I know there's a way of doing this with a drill, but I'm just going to twist them this way by hand. Do I know how many twists I'm putting in it? I haven't a clue. I just know you want to twist the wires on your end stops. Especially if they're going near power wires, which this one will be. And then the other thing I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to put tape around it. because I'm pretty sure this is going to get cut to a smaller length eventually. Now, we need one of our 5mm ball bearings to go in here. And we're going to put our end stop in here so that the plunger, or the common side, lines up with that ball bearing. Of course, why would we have checked to see if that was, there we go. That is a tight fit. Very tight fit on that. I'll put our little locking plate in there. And we'll need 2 M2 by 6 screws, or not 6, M2 by 10 screws. Because it needs to go all the way down through the end stop and into the plastic at the bottom. Yeah, you guys are heading out Thursday, right, Chris? Cool. Yeah, we're leaving Friday morning. We're going to head out. We should be there around 4, 5 p.m. Depends on traffic. And I'm accounting for stops and stuff. So the plan is to get into town about 4 or 5 p.m. Give me 1 second, folks. I need to blow my nose. This dragon had me out doing yard work, pulling weeds over the weekend, so my allergies are a little bit on tilt. Okay. This thing has filament in it. There we go. What I want to do, preferably get the filament out, but we're not connected yet. I'm going to try and figure out distance to our gears. And just so I can have like a guesstimate here. Say about 18 millimeters to the top. I don't know. We'll figure that out in a second. We got the thing is we're gonna have to figure out how much length we're adding here, or the length between the filament sensor and the gears, because that's going to be added into our AFC software, so we know how much space to give it or tell it in the configuration file. So we'll have this here. We're going to cut this at a certain length of some sort. So let me put this back down there. We were saying, let me just do this. If we want to go, say, 30. I just want a small stub. Out there, we're going to go about right there. We're going to guesstimate that that's, Mark 1 eyeballing at about 30 millimeters between the gear and this piece. And before I forget, we need a couple of ECAS fittings. One, here's two. Someone needs to stream from the event. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about KB3D? Who you want streaming at the event? Because I agree people should stream from the event. I just don't know if I'm going to have like the bandwidth and everything needed to do so. Pez has threatened it. Well, yeah, Pez I can see probably following through on that threat too. Earn you? Okay, so there we go. I'm assuming that's the inbound. This is going to be the outbound. So we said 30 to the top of that. Because we're probably going to be around 40 millimeters between this and the other. Let's put all this in there and didn't make sure that my thing makes a click. That's great. I'm not sure if this... I think it's triggering. I hope it's going to trigger. So... I know there's filament in there. There probably shouldn't be filament in there. We'll bring this into our loop and bring it down and around. this point, I'm just going to follow it into the chain. I'll add a couple of more zip ties to this. We'll have a nice, good umbilical zip tie chain going. This will be very rep-rappy for the show. And yes, I know, it probably should have sleeving all the way up. I can't remember why I didn't have sleeving all the way up, but let me have to take a look behind me real fast because I just heard it make a noise that I don't think it should have made. It's working. Making a mess, but I mean, that's what happens when it throws its stuff everywhere. This is great. I haven't even looked at the bottom to see where I'm going to put this in yet, but I need to bring this down and gonna zip tie it to the side for right now. No need to put it inside the umbilical, right? Or inside the cloth weave because, well, it's going to require me to take a bunch more stuff out. And I'm kind of being lazy at the moment. And quite honestly, Chris, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to like work on black box while I'm there or not because I haven't looked at black box in a while. Maybe I'll look at it some tomorrow, but it all depends on work. Okay, we're going to need to take and run these wires through here. And then apparently take the power supply off because that is on top of our board. Let's take the power supply off. And there's no real nice way to set this anymore because, well, there just isn't. That's the only thing with the Rook 2020s is once you put a tool head on it, you can't really set it upside down anymore. All you can do is work on it from the side. It was nice to watch Chris stream, wasn't it? I hope we get to see Chris stream again soon. Okay. Power supply goes up there. I really wish I could show you guys this, but yeah. There's just not a lot of camera angles to get this in. We want to try and go into the filament detection. It's easier said than done because yes, on power detection, E0 stop, NeoPixel. E0 stop works. That will work. E0 stop will work. Because that is the filament in stop. Or the E0 in stop is the filament detect button. So that fan, make that a little bit better. This is going to come through here. We're going to go into the filament detect or E0 in stop, so it'll be about that far. So which one is that? Well, a little bit extra. We could use those for the next box turtle. And up on a couple of connectors here. What are we going to use? SKR, this is an SKR Mini E3 V3. So what is my pen out for an SKR Mini E3 V3? Missed all the smucks? Yeah, we missed you too. We missed you too. We're used to you streaming. You need to solve that a little bit more in the coming months. Like no more taking 7 months off of streaming after 3D Printopia. Especially now that you can't say, oh, well, we're moving. Having a metal wire into my finger, that hurt. Actually, when are you going to do your open house, Chris? For the new store? First week of November. Hot diggity. Mrs. Dragon's going to be in Columbus, I think, that first weekend. Okay, so I've got the pen out up here that you guys can't see because this way. So here's the pen out. And what we're doing is we're looking for the in stop or E0 stop. which is going to be just under the neopixel. These three right here. We need ground and PC15. So we need the center pin and let me find some 3-pin connectors. So the ground, or the common wire, which is the one that I just did, will be in the center. And then its companion wire, I will cut next and terminate. Will go into the pin, which will be PC12. You'll be there November 1st through 3rd. Okay. And is that a weekend, Mrs.? I guess. So, Chris, is it the 1st through the 3rd, or is it the weekend after? I have no idea what, I'm not looking at a calendar just yet. But if it happens to be the same time when Mrs. Dragon is in Columbus, then, you know, kind of sounds like a good idea or a good time for me to come back up and visit the shop now that it's put together. And which way is the connector? That way. Okay. Put that connector in there. This goes there. There we go. Now I need to mount this back. First to 3rd, it looks like. Awesome. So you're doing your open house the same time as Mrs. Dragon's going to be in Columbus, Ohio. Kind of sounds like maybe I need to come up for a visit that weekend. Miss Dragon needs to do something about her plane flight, and maybe we can just drive home together. All right, we're getting this reattached. That's in, that's done. This goes here. We'll set this back up like that. Ease away so we don't knock them over. Soldering stuff will go over here and out of the way. Oh man. Okay. Power cable. We have one of those over here. I suggest a fine trip to London or Vancouver, but don't hang out with the heathen fella. Yeah. Well, we've got our passports, so we can go we can go up to the Great White North. So you don't want to go to the conference, but you will go for Chris. Well, I gotta support the fellow that's supporting me. And yes, I know, Mrs. Dragon. I know. Yeah, well, Mrs. Dragon is going to a conference. It's a siblings conference, right? So, mainsail up. We need to come into our printer config file, come down to the filament sensor. Do we not have a filament sensor set up anywhere? No, we do not. Okay. Then we're going to cheat. Desk scroll, sorry. You just want syntax. I have filament sensor set up in here. No, because it's set up in the AFC. Oh, yeah. Orange Dragon, where are you? Siblings are your priority and presentation. Okay, it's the Art National Convention. Gotcha. What the heck? Dying here. One of these darn systems has the basis for the filament sensor. Just being lazy and not wanting to look in Clipper, like the Clipper document. Probe. Fan, heater fan, controller fan, fan, temperature, safe Z home, bed mesh, and ay. Not having any luck here. What's the Clipper, filament sensor, configuration reference. Here we go. Big file helpers, web probing, steppers, heaters and sensors, sensors, fans, LEDs, servos, buttons, and other pins. Filament sensor. Holy crap, there we go. That's what we need is filament switch sensor. All right, let's see if I can put this over here so I can type and look at you guys at the same time. Okay, so we're going to need filament switch sensor, my sensor, filament switch sensor, let's call it Filatector because that's what it is. And we're going to need pause on run out true, no, run out G code, no, insert G code. You know what? I'm going to smack myself upside the head because I don't even need to call it out here anyhow. I just need to call it out in the AFC. Well, how do I want to do that? I do want to set it up here. But at the very least, I need switch pin. Which we know is PC12. PC12. So PC12. And you could run out G code, insert G code, event delay, pause delay, what have you. I will grab some of that from Orange Dragon's stuff a little bit later. For now, I'm going to comment it out here because we're going to be using it with the AFC and the Turtle software. I'm just going to save that for now so we have it. Close that. Take a look and see what we may need to update. I'm sure there's going to be some updates we'll need to do. You'll be packed in 25 minutes. Cool, Liz. No, he fell asleep. Well, yeah. I've been known to put people to sleep. I've been known to put people to sleep. So Mrs. Dragon has her conference in the same day or the same time Chris is having his open house at KB3D. That's it. Just Clipper screen and Clipper has updates. Or no, there we go. System package. Okay. We're going to do the heinous thing. And just remember, we were on version 290. So if we need to back up any, Because I have had some issues with Klipper doing like I had updated Klipper and then started getting what was it, timer too close errors or something like that. Oh, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub to Royal Nomi, Chris. It was medication related, not you. Yeah, I had a couple of those naps today as well. I had a couple of those myself. Okay, so now we need to come over to the AFC software, AFC-Klipper-Add-On software. They've made changes, what, 2 days ago? Yeah, just a couple of days ago, they made the latest changes. AFC has never been on this printer yet, so we'll be doing a from scratch version on this. And 240. So we need to do a putty session to 192.168.10.240. The login is pi. Yay. Remember the login. And we'll come and grab this script, which will run the install. Well, download it and then run the install. Asking for the password for the Pi. Okay. And grab some code here. Really need to stop doing that. And we need to come back into our printer here. Go to machine, Moonraker. Scroll down to the bottom. And add that information so that we'll have AFC be part of the update manager list over here on the right eventually. Now it's next. We need to add the include file, and we need to make sure that we have all of these files added for the AFC. So, printer config, scroll down to our include section. Probably do it right there. Include AFC config. Actually, we'll do it first off. Save. I'm not going to hit restart just yet because we need to bring in some files. Those files, we know where they are located. We're going to create a directory called AFC. Come back over here to my putty. And Klipper config sample example. Need all of these to the other place. So actually. Think about this. I want to copy AFC to tilde slash printer underscore data slash config slash CP-R AFC 2 slash printer data configs. Now, if that did what I wanted it to, we should have an AFC directory with nothing. Okay, fine. Copy AFC splat.splat to printer data config AFC. I'll get there eventually. Okay, there's macros, AFC hardware, macros, variables, and AFC. So files have changed a bit. We're gonna head off and watch a movie together. Sounds good. Have a great one, Free Heathen and Bexy Beans. Love you guys. Night, night, everybody. So the files have changed a bit, so that's something to be aware of. The MCU file has changed. What I need to do is, well, we're going to do we're going to do some copy and paste. By that, I mean I'm going to come over here to our Iron Dragon, which is working. We're going to come into our current config. We're going to do Control A, Control C. Come in here, do Control A, Control V. So we just copied the known working config from one printer to another. We want to be using the white and blue one to test this. So we need to put our comment on the orange and red one. And undo, oh, crud. Crud. Because that would require us to do CANBUS, and I have no way of getting CANBUS on this particular printer. I think. Let me think. Now I got to think. So I wanted to see if I can make the box turtle work here. I've got the filament sensor, but to make box turtle work on this, I need CANBUS. And the only way that I can possibly get CANBUS on this would be to do it on a UTC, which there might be a way. Put a UTC on this. We have the Raspberry Pi. We can do Raspberry Pi to UTC, UTC out to the box turtle. Now I gotta think. I think I've got a UTC that's not being used. I know I have a CAN adapter for the Big Tree Tech Pi V1.2s, but that won't work because then we can't use the flipper screen. UTC here. Ooh. $22.09. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think through this one. I'm gonna have to think through this one. Going good, long shot. Just pushed an update to help from form tipping. Sorry I wasn't around. No problem. So I was wanting to go ahead and put box turtle on the Rook 2020. So we've installed the Filatector, right? Got a Filatector up here. And then I was going through it and saying, okay, we need to configure. And then I was like, oh, CANBUS. I don't have anything CANBUS on here just yet. This is all USB. And if I go to swap it out for serial, make it work over USB, I'd still have to provide 24-volt power to it, which is doable. I'm just trying to figure out the best way of doing it. Because we can talk to the MMB via serial. It would just be a special one-off, because I'd have to flash the MMB and then turn around and reflash it back to use it as CANBUS. Wonder if I can add CANBUS. There should be enough room to put a UTC on here. Just thinking. Oh, and the blue and white one now has the pretty skirts on it. So the blue and white one, let's do main view. We got the pretty skirts on it, right? And it's been printing away. And then the red and orange one is actually back here on the Trident right now, doing a serial print in all ABS filament. So yeah, it's a SKR Mini E3 V3. Doesn't have CANBUS on it. And I'm just trying to think about the easiest way to do it without creating it. So here's the deal. I'm taking the Trident with a box turtle. I'm taking black box because black box, you know, my plan is to take black box. And then I was going to take the 2 Rooks and have them over at KB3D's booth, because this is the KB3D Rook that Rook 2020 Mark II that I built. I'm just thinking now, because I know I have a CANBUS, like the CANBUS little plug-in adapter for the USB and 24 volt, but then I've got to reflash the MMB to make the MMB talk over serial, and when I get home, then I got to reflash it back. I'm just trying to be I can do 24 volt and serial. Because technically, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. "24 volt, 8 amp power supply. So I can make this work to power, well, damn it. The MMB wants to be powered via the XT30 plus, the XT32 plus 2. And I don't have a spare one of those. That's got an orbiter on it. Because this is running CANBUS, so I know it has CANBUS, so I can add CANBUS to that, but it's running an orbiter. Which, once again, I just didn't want to mess with the macros on an orbiter. You're doing USB and 24 volt, as I apparently fried something on the AFC light with CANBUS. Ouch. Cut cables, solder, and extension adapter. So so right now my MMB cable comes out to a microfit. So I could do a microfit. I was just trying to keep from having to cut the end of this. But I guess I can make a microfit dongle from the power supply here. Yeah, that's what we'll have to do. We'll have a microfit dongle for power and then run the USB cable. I'll have to reflash this to serial, which is fine. I'll just have to, I'll create an SD card that has serial and CANBUS on it. And I'll just keep flashing back and forth. Will the CANBUS UUID change if you reflash it? I don't think it does, because that's basically a hardware config, right? Kind of like a MAC address for a for an Ethernet adapter. Yeah, UUID will always be to that chip. Okay. So I'm just trying to think. If I had, so this is on, this has CANBUS on it already. CANBUS, Catapult, whatever. So I can just plug this back into one of the printers that it can talk to and flash over the top of it with the USB firmware, right? Via the CANBUS or CANBUS, and then just swap out cabling. That way I don't have to. Yeah. It's just, I mean, CANBUS is just a bootloader at this point. So we just need Klipper to be talking serial versus CANBUS. So I can run this downstairs, set it up on the Trident 350, power it on, log in, reflash, redo Klipper on it over serial, flash that, then shut down that printer, bring this back upstairs, and as long as I provide 24-volt power to it and the serial connection, that will work. Oof. That will work. So I need a USB-A to USB-C, because this is a USB-C, right? Yes. Preferably about that length. So no. A to C, A to C, A to C, A to C, but not that long. A little bit longer. This will be fun. Come on, you little. Damn. Slightly not big enough. I don't know why this came. Goes in there. You know why? Because did it. So this goes in here. Put the USB-C in. USB-C in. This in. All right, orientation, it works better. We'll take this downstairs, we'll plug it up into the Trident 350. We'll flash this over the CANBUS, we'll reflash the clipper to serial. And then we can bring it up here. We'll do a dongle for power. We'll have this plugged in, this plugged into the Pi, and we should be good to give it a shot. So let me run this downstairs and plug it in and turn that printer on. That will give me a second, folks. I'm just waiting for this other printer to stop its or finish booting up. There. That printer is now booted back up and has the other box, the blue and white box turtle working on it. So we should be able to log into that one, which is Cyberchunk. A87. Need our directions from Esoteric to do an update over CANBUS. Because Esoterical is like, yeah, that's like the Bible for CANBUS. So doing an upgrade. Say updating. I'm not going to update Catapult. Basically doing a toolhead because I think this is actually where you can actually get the MMB file from. Hey, MMB CAN 1.0. Big. BTT Clipper, make menu config. This is this one. We don't need to be in here anymore. Cyberchunk is what's again, what? 87? Probably BQ. Okay. There we go. I knew we'd find it eventually. Okay, so CD Clipper, make menu config, and we're going to do for the MMB. So enable extra, yes. M32, yes. B0, B1, yes. 8 kilobit bootloader, yes. Clock reference, 8 megahertz. Instead of CANBUS, yeah, I'm having an epiphany real fast. What I'm going to do is keep this the way it is. I want to download that config before I do anything weird. I will do a make clean and a make. Make. Because what I want is I want the Clipper output for CANBUS. So I want this Clipper bin pulled over. Clipper.bin. We're going to say Clipper dot. Okay. Now we're going to go through. Welcome to the chat room. Did we just blip? Oh, we dropped a bunch of frames. Can everyone sound off that we're still here? And that I didn't freeze. It looks like we may have just dropped the stream and came back. Anybody can hear me, please chime in and chat. Now I'm going to come back into another make menu config. We're going to change the communication interface to USB. Hey Moto Freak, how's it going? So now we've changed to USB. We're going to say quit, yes, make clean, make, So what we're working on doing is we're trying to set up the box turtle serial 010 to work with our Rook 2020 Mark II. The Rook 2020 Mark II does not have CANBUS, and everything else is being set up as CANBUS. So what I need to do is create a microfix 4-pin connector to send power over to pull power from the power supply, so that we can just go with the connector that I've already got to it. And then we're going to connect it up with a USB cable as well. That way we'll provide power to the XT30 connector, COM through the USB connector, and we should be good. Okay, so we've got a new clipper bend. So let me refresh here. I have a newly minted clipper bend. I want to grab that, bring it over here. We're going to rename this as well. New name. We're going to call this MMB USB dot bend. And what is our update? To service clip stop. We're going to try and update this over Catapult so that it changes it from CANBUS to serial for Clipper. Copy that over here, put that in. Need your toolhead CANUID, which we're going to grab from here. Python 3, Catapult script, Flash tool, Pi, ICANN, your CANBUS R. This is putting it in bootloader mode. Okay. Now we need to do Python 3, Pi Flash tool, Pi-Q. This is just to test and see if it's in CANBUS mode. Well, Catapult, it is in Catapult. So now we need to do the Flash tool. I'm sorry guys, you guys can't see a darn thing I'm doing. I apologize. Pro streamer there. Python 3, the Catapult Flash tool, -I can 0 -u, my UUID, -f, slash, whoops, tilde, slash, clipper, slash, out, slash, clipper.bend. It is flashing it. Flash success. Which has been complete. We can run our query again, which is the -Q, and it should find that CANBUS. We're out of catapult mode, which means it's running, it's booted into, it should be in Klipper. I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. We need to come back up here now and start Klipper again. What is it? USB and adapter. Oh, duh, it's not going to see that because we're not connected to it. Give me 1 minute, and I'm going to go connect in the USB cable. Okay, so I've got the USB cable connected. The CANBUS cable is still connected, though we've configured the board to not talk over CANBUS. Should be able to restart the session. Or log back in. Initializing coming up, printer's not ready, correct, because it's seeing a board that it can't talk to. And it's configured to talk to a board that it can't talk to. And there's the ID, so that's good. We need to do our, oh, what the hell is the, and good news is it's normally right here. We're not us, where's the, that doesn't need to be in there at all. Where is the command? Need the DFU phone in on. What is it? It's ls/etsy/serial by-id. No. That's no such file or directory. Oh, what's the fix for that? Board's there, it's being seen on USB. Not by ID, it is what's the other command? Yeah. Not done by serial. What done by? Finding it at all. Yeah, there's no serial even on this. So this is running a CB1 module. Well, you know, I guess we can just shut this thing off. Right, because this is 87, this is Cyberchunk. I don't want to do anything with Cyber anyhow. Leave it the way it is, but we are going to shut it off. I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to grab that box turtle and bring it back up here. We'll connect it up here and see if we can get it talking. See if via the which is what the end goal is now. Okay, now we've got black box back up here. We need to get the USB plugged in, and we need to fabricate a 24-volt dongle for it. So for now, oh, that one's down, that one's down, that one down. Save that for the time being, and we're going to shut down. And remove the power. Take a look at what we've got. Our USB ports are in the back rear. Let me see something. I have a 90-degree USB-C. Don't think so, but I do not. So we're just gonna have to use a. We're just gonna have to use the one we got. Hopefully it'll work. We'll get it in there. Trying to figure out how best to set this up. I'm going to need some 20 gauge power wire at least. And grab some there we go. Here's some wire that we can use. What I'll need is microfit on one side, and on the other I'm going to need the whatchamacallit, port connectors. Port connectors and micro. And actually looking at this, I thought this was going to work, but this might be too big for the microfits. Yeah, that's not going to fit into the smaller microfit. I do need this is what we're going to use right here. Cut and swap connectors, but we'll use these. If I use like 18 gauge FEP wire, it would work, but using anything more than 18 gauge FEP wire, it will not go on the, or it won't go in the microfit 3 connectors very easily. Like if you're using 18 gauge silicone wire, it just winds up the jacket's too big, or the PVC wire. The jacket's too big, and trying to set it in the connector, the connector like expands out, so it doesn't work as easy. I may have to go dig over there for some more connectors as well. Because I am out of my forked terminal connectors. I know I've got more. Question is where? Spade. Thought I had more. Yeah, I do not. Because those are spade connectors. Main connectors. These are heat shrink wire connectors, but will they fit or not? They'll fit on there. Assume that this still crimps on at least the metal part, and then we'll heat shrink it afterwards. And by the way, Armored Turtle, are you still there? Did that. Heat shrink that. Sorry, gang, I'm kind of all over the place tonight, aren't I? But this is that stream. This is when we're trying to just get everything done and make things work for a show that's in a couple of days. And we're just kind of into freak out mode. So that's that side. The other side we're going to make into the pigtail that we're going to need. Perfectly fine. Cut these JST connectors off. We'll be swapping those over for microfit connectors. Other than the fact that this made a heck of a mess, and I think I got rid of my Dang, he wants a video, and I didn't take a video of it. Darn it. So I just realized that I had another weird spool moment here. But other than that, I'm going to let that cool off. It was an ABS print. And we need to look at this and see which side our wires are going to. You know what, looking at this, it does look like it's an 18 gauge, so we're going to go ahead and give it a shot and see if this actually does work. We're going to have to go over here to that. These. One. Making sure to do a physical crimp on this at the wire, and then I will heat shrink this down over the top of it. We've got a good physical connection there. Heat shrink them down. And I'm going to have to try and get some more of this opened up. Getting pulled off. looking at the other wire that I have over here, it looks like it might have been 18 gauge. That's why I decided to go ahead and grab the 18 gauge here. Because I don't want to do a 20 into an 18 gauge. So we will try to make this work. This is going to be the female pins, so it needs to be the pointer end ones. And we're going to use our eye crimps to crimp this down. Going on the ink. We have to see if I have 18 gauge step wire over there. Wish Armored Turtle was here, because if he was here, he would be able to see that the other box turtle printed a serial. I think that's going to work on there. Do I have 18 gauge FEP? No, I had 20 gauge. Four, 18. 18 gauge in black. I have 18 red in here. Yes, I do. All right, we're in. We are in. We're just going to keep making wire until we get what we need. Need to bring this around to the side, so that. Once again, we just need to provide the 24-volt power for the board. And then we'll plug it in via USB. Should be good then. We don't need to do a whole bunch of other stuff. We still have a CANBUS jumper on there, but I don't think that matters if you're not talking over CANBUS. And folks, it's gotten kind of quiet. I think part of it is, I don't know, just kind of what I'm working on and not having good views and stuff. I've probably lost a good portion of you. And if I have, I apologize. I know my streams kind of jump around sometimes, especially when we're trying to troubleshoot or work on ideas. And it's definitely where we've been at today, is trying to work on ideas and how to get this thing connected. Okay, so red wire goes on the outside. So I get that set up in the clip. Red wire on the outside here. Yeah, that one's in there good. Black wire is going to go right next to it. Hey, Chris. You over here ADHDing your list? Yeah. Gotcha. How much stuff do you got left to do, Chris? And I mean, I'm going to have the Rook there for the table, of course. I really want to get, well, the box turtle, I've already committed to having one at your table. I'm just trying to make it work. So it'll be working at your table. And I really don't want to have to bring like another large printer. What the hell is going on? You go, there we go. But because I don't think I'll be able to bring black box and 2 big printers, just because I don't think I can get 3 of them across the back seat in the truck. And Mrs. Dragon has to leave early on Sunday. So, or yeah, Sunday, because she has to be back here Monday, where me and Evil Diesel are going to be driving back Monday. So, long story short is, I know I can get it working on one of my Vorons. I just don't want to put it on a Voron and have to sacrifice and say, I'm not bringing black box because I don't have room. Because I don't want to bring black box out there and then have to take it down way early so Mrs. Dragon can bring it home. And then it sit in the car for a couple days because she can't pull it out by herself. Ah, damn you. You. Go in there. You. Friday night hotel room. You'll bring whatever you need. Armored Turtles. So I did not have a camera on it because I don't have a camera on this, but I did just take some photos. Oh, crap. There we go. Where are we at? There's a serial, 4 colors, ABS, 2 different colors of blue. And I can show you the mess that she made because she pooped everywhere. Was someone developing a poop chute by any chance, or poop box, or whatever we want to call it? Congrats on 13. Awesome. Thank you, sir. And like I said, I'll build the next one, but I will probably wait and serialize it after we go open beta. I don't want to capitalize on all the serials, you know. I mean, hell, I've serialized my V0 and what? The V0 and I think one Trident. I haven't done either of the 2.4s. Oh, and also, do we have a like a serial plate print that we could do to mount to the 2020 extrusion on our box turtles? I think that would be pretty cool. Okay, so I've got this and that. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how best to set this up. That stuff go back over there. This stuff goes back over there. I'm going to try and set this up right behind it. That goes there, goes here, that goes there, goes over here. Holy crud. Box turtle I want to set behind this. So we need to move these things. Yeah. He definitely made a lot of poop too. We need to get this plugged in. Plugged in. This wired up. Put this way so that we can get to our screw down terminals. Positive. Oh. Cover back on. Here's this. That. Oops. I need to get this plugged first. Do I have a small extension? Not. It is negative. This is pretty thick and not really malleable, especially where I need to put it. Wonder. Doing some creative thinking. Reorientate my pie. By flipping it around. It'll give me easier access to my USB port, as well as the ability to so hard over get my USB port going. Accessible, more accessible. You may make it tomorrow. You may make what tomorrow? We're still talking about the, oh, you may make the thing tomorrow? That'll be cool. That's there, that's there. I do need to go grab ones of these. So I have found, especially on Raspberry Pi 4s, that you really need to provide two different 5 volts to it. Otherwise, you wind up still having some weird issues with, well, when you're going into the GPIO, you need to provide two different 5-volt connections. Otherwise, it seems to always take, whatchamacallit, power drops, basically. So I tend to try and do one or, two extra connections, and I pull them from two different 5-volt locations. I don't know if that helps or not, but it's what I do. So I'm pulling one from the TFT, and then the other one, I should have paid attention to where it was plugged in at, because it's going to be I was pulling it from the display. So I think I still have the Big Tree Tech display 5-volt. Which one's the 5-volt? Bottom right. All the way. 5-volt there. Not there, that there. Bring this back up and screw this back in. And we'll be ready to give this a shot. Or at least we'll be able to access the USB port so we can do a short USB extension and try and get it plugged in. Okay. That there, USB here. I know. Okay. A USB, A power. Power to power. USB to USB. Not jank whatsoever. Need to bring power around there to that side. That there. Oof, that. Well, the good news is I got roller movement. Now the question is if I can see this via USB. Yeah. Log in as Pi. Okay, good. We're logged in. ls-etsy/serial/by-id. Why? Are you not going to shut off? Apparently not. Okay, so the motors are getting a good workout. Do we know, like, why is this not seeing anything on USB? If I do LS USB, it does see the STEM 32 board. What's the other one? It's ls-l/etsy/serial/by device. Didn't like that one either, because there's nothing in Etsy serial. There is no serial yet. Sensors to services. I'm connected to the board via UART. Did I disable serial? System options, interface. So if I do serial to try and connect via serial, then does it talk to the printer? Or does it talk to the main MCU? No, I wasn't able to find a serial ID. And the printer is not going to come up because the printer, so I was connecting via UART, right? So in order to connect via UART, you shut off serial so you can use the serial connection over UART. So I won't be able to see any serial connections with serial ports turned off. I turned serial ports on and I'll see, I'll have to change the way I connect to the board to serial connection, which means I'll have to reflash the Big Tree Tech board as well and just do everything over USB. Right? Because I can't do UART and then do serial as well. Is that correct? Because as soon as I turn serial on, now I can't talk to the MCU because I'm not connecting via serial. We plug this back in. So let me see. Yeah, see, it still doesn't find Etsy serial by ID. Why am I unable to Yeah, I think we're gonna have to shut it all back off again to get the communications to go back again, or I've got to switch over and go to USB to between the Pi and the printer. What connector type is the Big Tree Tech SKR Mini? Micro or mini USB? Micro, okay. No. Those are minis. Other than the big blue ugly thing. Ugh. Yeah, it is micro. Um, so we'd have to reflash the motherboard to use USB. That is a micro USB. And what is the orientation of said micro USB? Can I discern? Well, at least it's on the same side. The output's on the same side as the Pi. Now I just need to find a short USB to micro USB data cable, because I'm sure the first 6 that I'll find are charging cables only. No. I mean, I can try and put one of these blue ugly things in there, but we're quickly running out of nice space. Let me shut her down. Off to bed. Okay. Let me know if you need anything overnighted for Thursday AM delivery. Okay. I will ping you tonight or very early tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Power off. See if I can take this one in behind. Do I have 90-degree? All right, I'm gonna have to do some thought or some thinking. I'm gonna have to see if I can't get some cables via Amazon, or I'll go to the store. I need to make sure it's a data cable, micro USB data cable, not just a charging cable. All right, thanks, Chris. I'm going to come back and I will work on this some more tomorrow. It's like Chris said, it's kind of getting late. It looks like we'll have to connect this up via USB, which is fine. I can connect it up via USB, remove the York connection. We'll figure it out. There's going to be some semi-jank cabling here, but Yeah, there'll be some semi-jank cabling here, but we will make it work. We will make it work. I have faith. But for now, folks, let me go ahead and change the view up here. Let me see who may be online that we can raid into. I am sure that zombie hedgehog guy is going to be up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and get a raid started over to Zombie, who's probably just like I am in the crunch phase, trying to get ready for Friday. So thanks everybody for being here, and I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow night, but I will see you guys on Thursday night. Take care. I will continue working on this, and I will see you this weekend, Thunder Keys. Heck yeah. Bye now.